for Mr. Chapman to come on out?
Yes.
Great. Let's do that, please.
Okay, if I call my investigator and tell them we're going to start and to keep the witnesses that are testifying in the hallway.
Sure. Sure.
Oops.
Hey,
Did you need to bring me that?
I did. I just didn't have enough hands to bring that out. So you can collect the old bowls.
Hey, Lauren. Hi.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Lovely day in Southern County.
Another.
Every day. Good morning, Ms. Rivers. Are you able to hear us?
Good morning. Yes, I can.
Great. Well, we're going to get started. We're going to get on the record in 22 SC 185558, that State versus Jaden Chapman. Mr. Chapman is here in court with his lawyer, Ms. Paul. Mr. Hiles is here for the state, and we are working through a probation revocation. In this case, Mr. Chapman, you were sentenced, I sentenced you to a term of 15 years to serve 3 with the balance on probation. So 12 years of probation, a whole bunch of special conditions of your probation. And in June of last year, I signed a probation warrant that alleged that you violated your probation by committing new crimes: aggravated assault, possession of a firearm, aggravated battery, and looks like possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. The state also filed a petition to revoke your probation. I think it's premised on much of the same thing. It added that you allegedly violated the condition of not having contact with any known gang members or participating in gang activities. And it flagged that as well. Any one of those would be a violation of a special condition, and we need to work through the consequences. But of course, the state has the burden of proving by a preponderance that any of this happened at all. And when we met before, Ms. Paul indicated that she wanted an evidentiary hearing, I think because the state's offer was fairly significant. And so this wasn't something that was going to be resolved by a stipulation or anything like that. Ms. Paul, is that a fair summary of where we are?
Yes, Your Honor, that's accurate.
Okay. Mr. Hiles, I know we've got an entirely separate revocation hearing to do this morning as well. Just want to make sure we don't have any witnesses from the Chapman hearing sitting in court right now, other than the one you're about to call. If they're here for Jackson, that's fine, different case.
No, we got one here for Chapman, and Officer Gordon is here for the Davis Jackson. I see.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Alfred here, how 20.
It's okay. I appreciate you're here.
You're not the only one.
Yeah. And so we shifted things around. Ms. Paul got here first, so we were starting with Chapman. But we'll pivot to Jackson as soon as we can.
Would it be okay if I go back and talk to the judge?
Question for Deputy Gordon.
We need two officers.
Okay. All right. We're going to get through one witness, then we have to pause anyway. We don't have the state's second witness. And so that'll be a natural time for you to talk with him. Or if a third deputy shows up, then we can make that happen. All right. Why don't you call your first witness?
All right, and Judge, I also wanted to add that I filed an amended petition on January 17th of 2025.
I see that in the docket. Okay. So that was 11 days ago. What does it add?
It added the fleeing and attempting to elude from Fairburn.
Is that that's the next
It
day?
happened, he was taken into custody the day after, and there was several other, I think another possession of a firearm by convicted felon charge as well.
Okay, it says hit and run, but I guess we'll hear about that from the officer from Fairburn, which is what we're going to start with, it sounds like.
Yes.
So just sort of go backwards, but that's because of witness availability.
Yeah.
All right. Then why don't you call that officer and we'll do what we need to do.
All right, Your Honor, the state calls Officer J from Fairburn Police Department.
Okay.
Right. You swear affirm that the testimony you'll give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but truth, self God. You don't have to see. Officer James Irvin, JMESIRVIN.
Ms. Rivers, can you hear me from this microphone?
What is it? No color or it's red?
Red. And it-
Both of those are red?
Yeah.
That's odd. It's not saying that it's muted here. Why don't you hit the podium? And I will have someone reach out to IT to see if we can fix both those.
All right, good morning, Officer Irvin. Can you please tell us where you're employed?
Fairburn Police Department.
Okay, how long have you been employed there?
Approximately 6.5 years, since June of 2018.
Okay, and are you post-certified?
Absolutely.
What is your role or title at Fairburn Police Department?
I'm I'm on our special operations unit as a police officer.
Okay, and what sort of duties does that entail?
Crime suppression, we look for stolen cars, narcotics. Basically focus on proactively deterring crime.
Okay, and were you working on June 13th of 2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what were you doing that day?
I was patrolling around as normal, just looking for, anything any normal stuff, crime suppression, stuff like that.
Okay,
Is there Fairburn is smaller than Atlanta, but are there zones that you patrol or special ops? All of Fairburn is your territory.
The whole city of Fairburn.
Okay.
okay, and did you have a chance to encounter a Jaden Chapman on that particular day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what led to that encounter?
I was patrolling one of our zone nearest to Union City, and I located a vehicle that had been previously given out as a BOLO be on the lookout for entering autos, vehicle thefts. It was a black Tesla.
Okay,
Located that vehicle. When I got behind it, it fled,
okay,
or it immediately became reckless, and then I turned my blue lights on and it fled.
okay.
I'm gonna interrupt. The black Tesla you're talking about, the information you had is that it was a stolen car or it was associated with the types of crimes you described as it carried the alleged perpetrators of those crimes?
Yes, it was used in multiple entering autos and vehicle thefts in East Point, which I confirmed with East Point prior to making contact with the vehicle.
Okay.
Okay.
And when you got behind the vehicle, did you turn on your blue lights?
Immediately, no. I just got behind him, behind the vehicle, and when I got behind it, it accelerated high rate of speed on the 138 and immediately got reckless. And at that point, I turned my blue lights and sirens on.
Okay. And as you okay, so you did turn your blue lights and siren on as you pursued.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Okay. What speeds did the pursuit reach?
Over 100. I was going over 100, so speeds at least 100 mile an hour and a 55.
Okay, and it was a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during this time, did you have a dash camera?
Yes.
All right. And how long did the vehicle pursuit last?
It was fairly short. I'd say my rough guess 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay.
That's just a rough guess. It was less than 5, but
All right. What ended the vehicle pursuit?
he wrecked into 2 vehicles and fled on foot.
Okay.
He hit a back of a semi truck and continued, and then hit a parked vehicle at the Aldi.
Okay.
That disabled the car.
Okay. Hitting the parked vehicle disabled the car?
Right.
Okay. And did your
Aldi as in the grocery store?
Yes, sir.
And does your dash camera, did it capture the defendant exiting the
Yes.
vehicle?
Yes, it
Okay.
did.
And from which seat of the vehicle did he exit?
Driver's seat.
Okay. After the defendant exited the vehicle, what transpired?
I pursued him on foot, told him stop police, and located him down in the woods in a sewer
Okay.
within 10 minutes maybe.
Okay. And were you wearing a body camera
Yes, sir.
during that time? Okay. And did your dash camera and body camera capture the entirety of the pursuit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 1?
I initialed it.
And what is contained on State's Exhibit 1?
My dash camera and body camera footage.
Is it a true and accurate reflection of the events that transpired on June 13th of 2024?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to tender State's Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Ms. Paul, any objection to the admission of States 1 for the purposes of this revocation proceeding?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask Ms. Paul in the court, the evidence is contained on here. For purposes of playing it, I have uploaded it to my computer. Is it okay with both parties if I played it from the computer so it doesn't lag coming off the?
As long as you're representing it's not edited in any way on the computer, it's just I don't know, verbatim. It's an exact copy of what's on States 1.
It is an exact copy of what's on States 1.
Okay. And Exhibit 1 is just the dash cam, or it's dash cam plus body cam, or it's just body cam?
Exhibit 1 contains 3 videos: dash cam part 1, dash cam part 2, and the body camera footage from the pursuit.
And what are the 2 parts to the dash cam?
It's just it's an HD file, and I think the way it's saved, it broke it down into 2 separate parts, but they're each about 3 minutes long.
They're chronologically contiguous?
They're chronologically contiguous. The second part picks up exactly where the third part leaves off.
Okay.
I mean, the first part, not the third.
Got
part.
it.
Okay.
All right, admitted, you may publish. You're going to try right now to push it through Zoom?
I'm going to try to push it through Zoom.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't think I.
You good?
Yeah, I'm looking for an in and auto suspect.
Fast forward
Wait,
just a bit.
this fucking shit just happened?
I fast forwarded to the 1 minute mark. I'm going to pause at the 1 minute and 33 second mark on dash cam 1. Officer Irvin, will you take a look at your screen? Do you see the suspect vehicle in your screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's coming out of the apartments. Standard Woods Apartments.
Will you please indicate where the suspect vehicle is?
To the right, behind the tree by that sign that says Woods at Shannon Lakes.
Okay.
We're just seeing this is the black Tesla. This is the nose of the Tesla coming out of that intersection.
Come on, 87 with a black Florida side, Bravo 3, to Sierra Charlie. From the vehicle that suspect from the east point, from the Parkway Road, coming up on 138.
Receive page 29.
And at this point, have you turned on your blue lights and sirens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is the suspect vehicle directly in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's the speed limit on this posted? Okay.
Light traffic, speed 100. We're passing every light traffic. 30 quick. Coming out of the Parkway. We're coming up on Good Road Connection. Speed traffic, 7 miles an hour.
Okay. I'm going to go to the very end of the video at the 2 minute and 59 second mark. Do you see the vehicle do you see the vehicle that the car first collides with?
Yes, it is the yellow trailer that it's about to hit right there.
Okay. Now I'm going to move to dash cam part 2.
So the video showed that you slowed way down when you got to that high traffic area. So you moved from woods to like a retail area or commercial district. It didn't seem like the other car slowed down. All of a sudden, then there was a big distance between the two of you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was just making sure I cleared the intersections without, hitting anybody or anything
Okay.
like that.
All right. Now, is this the exact continuation from where we left off on the last video? All right. And for the record, this is dash cam 2.
About 41, yeah, about 41 is windy.
I'm going to back it up. Can you point where
About
the
41.
actual collision happens? If you tap the bottom of your screen, out, you know what?
You can, go
Okay.
ahead. You should be able to mark, tap the screen anywhere. Just tap the screen once, boom. And then there's a little circle with a pencil in it in the lower left corner. Right here. Tap that. Now your finger can make marks on the screen, I believe.
Take out the sound for everyone outside the courtroom. And so much trash.
So we'll just let you know when we have a big break. Is that better? Okay, thank you. So you think it's fixable? It's just going to be a reset?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Are you able to tap the screen? And can you indicate on your monitor where the collision happens?
Yeah.
So you mean go ahead and tap where it's gonna happen now?
Yeah, or circle it.
Okay, so it's gonna be right in this, you'll be able to see through the trees.
Okay.
You'll see the Tesla go up in the air a little bit.
Okay. Do you see any debris afterwards?
Yes.
Okay.
It's all on the road.
All right. Now you can delete that. I think if you hit the back.
There are some controls along the left side, and one of them is an arrow. Yeah, hit that, and that should remove your, there we go.
Continue.
41 is windy. They just struck the back of 18 wheel. They're continuing. 400, can you check on 18 wheel? Going to the Audi parking lot. About to go farm. Please stop!
Okay. What did you say when you got out of the car?
Police stop.
Okay. And did the Tesla actually run into that, the Jeep that's in the frame?
It actually did, yes.
Okay. And on that video, is that yourself pursuing the person that just ran out of the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm gonna stop here at the 30-second mark.
And you're solo, you don't have a partner in your car.
Correct.
Okay. And how many occupants were in that black Tesla?
One.
Okay. I'm gonna try to fast forward just a little bit to the, oh, I'm sorry. Fast forward into the 120 mark.
It's not playing on my screen. Should it be playing on my screen?
Oh, you know what? All right,
I'm not on my screen either.
it wasn't playing. Try this again.
I thought you were getting it queued up. I didn't know you thought we were already.
No, I thought it was. Okay. All right, so it's going to be starting at 1 minute, 37 seconds.
Body push on. Please stop! Y'all get back to the nail salon, black male, white beater, dreads to the backside. He's running. Police, stop!
I'm gonna go ahead and pause it and fast forward. Approximately how long do you think that foot pursuit lasted though?
You talking about till he was in custody?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, it could probably 10, 15 minutes, maybe.
Okay.
I'm
gonna fast forward to the 15:20 mark. Sorry, I don't have as much control.
Why don't you just go from there?
I'm gonna keep it at 14:46.
I'm about to see if you crawl down in here. Brother, you might as well come out. The dog coming. He gonna bite the shit out you. Get your motherfucking ass back here. We got the dog coming. Crawl backwards to me right now. Crawl backward. I'm telling you, crawl fucking backwards. Crawl backwards.
Come on, bro.
Right. Come on back.
I'm coming here, bro.
All right.
Now, there's snakes in there. It'll bite your ass.
Yeah, my bad.
Come on back.
Y'all being too aggressive. Let's get y'all now.
Yo, come on.
Alright.
Come on back.
I'm unarmed.
All right, good. We ain't.
Alright, I'm just make sure I don't get shot in there.
Well, you keep coming back like you are and you won't.
My hand is this way right here.
Perfect. Come on back.
Sir, keep coming. No, you forget. You could turn around just
I told him to crawl backwards. You can turn around and crawl back if you're going to act right. We got enough people
turn
here.
around. Let me see your. Put your hands up. Put
There
your
you
He
hands
said
up.
I'm at right.
Yep.
I know.
right, come on
but I
back.
want to see your waist.
Yeah, we
Hey,
just.
Keep coming. Keep coming.
That's on my way.
Okay, come on.
I can see you.
What's up?
Come on.
What's up?
What's up?
The sky.
Sky. Your Tesla's rental bill.
Y'all don't gotta be aggressive.
You ain't got to run from the police.
Aggressive, bro. Did we do anything? No. Stop that BS.
You were going to get bit by the dog, though, for real, though. He was 1 minute away.
Appreciate it. Well, you real nice, boy.
Why?
You put my pants up.
Okay, I'm stopping at the body camera at the 16:51 mark. Officer Irvin, were you able to identify the individual that was driving that Tesla and that you pursued on foot?
Yes.
And what was that individual's name?
Jaden Chapman.
Okay, do you see Jaden Chapman present in court today?
Yes, sir.
Will you please stand and identify him by article of clothing and where he is standing or sitting?
He's sitting right there beside his lawyer in a blue jumpsuit and like a white long sleeve undershirt.
All right. Please let the record reflect that the witness has identified defendant Jaden Chapman.
He has.
Okay. I am going to fast forward a little bit more. All right.
I'm sure.
2538 timestamp on the body camera. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the Tesla as it lay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, after that car was that car inventoried?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there any weapons recovered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of
Firearm was located in the passenger seat.
firearm in the passenger seat? Okay. Do you know what kind of firearm that was?
It was a like a AK pistol style.
Okay.
Um,
Do you need to refer to your report? Or you?
yeah, no, it was an AK pistol. Absolutely.
Okay.
Passenger seat. It did return not stolen at the time.
Okay, and was there any other occupants of that vehicle? No. All right, Your Honor.
You say in the passenger seat, meaning sitting on the passenger seat, or it was concealed in some way, or what do you remember?
Laying on, like, on the passenger seat, laid towards the floorboard, just
Okay.
laying in there.
All right. That's all the questions that I have for this witness.
All right, Ms. Paul, do you have questions for Officer Irvin?
Yes, Your Honor, if I could have just 1 minute to confirm.
Sure, and just so you both know, those microphones won't be working during this hearing. They have to shut the system down to try to reset them.
Okay, might have to finagle the charging outlet then here in a minute. We'll make it work. Do you want me to leave the video up, or do you want me to?
You can leave it up just in case.
Okay.
I need to use it. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
I am Attorney Dorothy. I just got married, so it's Thomas, but formerly Paul.
Oh, Ms. Thomas, congratulations.
Thank you.
Didn't know that.
I represent Mr. Chapman in this case. I just have a few follow-up questions
Yes,
for
ma'am.
you. I wanted to talk a little bit about your investigation related to the black Tesla.
Okay.
You testified that there was a bolo on the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it your understanding that that vehicle was involved in some type of criminal activity?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was that criminal activity?
Auto theft or vehicle thefts, and entering autos or thefts from vehicles.
Okay. And I'm just trying to understand what you mean by that. Was there someone in that vehicle that was that car was registered to somebody engaging in that act?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
So that vehicle was, it was a rental, like a personal rental, not like an enterprise rental.
Okay.
And it had recently been used in East Point in those type crimes.
Okay. During your investigation, do you know who was involved in those crimes?
I do not.
Okay.
All of my information was passed to East Point. I sent them my report and everything for them to investigate their crimes.
I understand. I guess after the incident, did you do any further investigation on that vehicle?
No, ma'am. I was just from previous familiar with who the owner is after everything was said and done. But other than that, no, I had no further into the auto theft part of it.
Okay. And regarding my client, I know you made an idea of him in court. Prior to this incident and this court appearance, have you ever seen my client?
Prior to this incident?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
Okay, so you don't have any relationship with Mr. Chapman and you don't know him, is that
No, ma'am.
correct? Okay. After the arrest, did you have any conversations with Mr. Chapman?
Other than identifying himself, nothing pertaining to, I mean, we were together for a couple hours, so, this and that, but nothing pertaining to the, anything with my report.
Okay, so you wasn't able to get a statement from him regarding the reason or what caused him to run following the.
Other than saying, what'd you run for? He said he was scared.
Okay.
I mean, that was about all he gave for that, but, and I believe he said something about the fact that he had a learner's permit also instead of a regular license
Okay.
at some point.
Okay. During the after you arrested him, did he mention how he got hold of the vehicle?
Yes, I cannot say for sure, but he said that he got it from someone else. He did not rent it specifically. He told me he got it from somewhere else.
Okay.
I would venture to say a family member or a friend, but I don't exactly remember.
Okay. Do you know if he knew that the vehicle was stolen or involved in any of this criminal
I
activity?
do not know.
No, okay. I know you testified that in the front passenger seat there was a gun found. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was nothing concealing the gun?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And at any time during your chase or after the foot chase, did you find, let me ask a better question, strike that. Did you find any weapons on his person?
No, ma'am.
No, okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hiles, anything else for Officer Irvin?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, may he be excused?
You may.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Back to Fairburn.
And Judge, since we don't have a court reporter present, what would you like me to do with the exhibits that I'm?
I'll collect them. So hold on to that for now. Well, I'll take it. Thank you. All right, so do you have your second witness for Chapman, or should we pause Chapman and pivot to Jackson?
Let's do I got all my witnesses now, I think. Jaquan Humble for Chapman.
Okay. And now we're moving to, we'll call it incident 1, whatever allegedly happened on the 12th.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Go ahead, see.
You say live it.
My name is Daquan Humble, Dequan. My last name Humble, Humble.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Humble. How are you?
Good morning.
All right. Thanks for being here. I'm going to get straight to it. I'm going to take you back to June 12th of 2024. Do you remember that day?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you remember that day?
That's the day I got shot.
Okay. What was going on in the moments prior to you getting shot?
I just had got off for work
Okay. And where did you work?
at Morehouse.
All right. What were you doing at Morehouse that day?
We was removing everybody out of the dorm rooms because it was around summertime. Everybody was leaving for the summer. So we was doing dorm turnovers.
Okay. So you were cleaning up. Is it fair to say you were cleaning up the dorms and preparing them for the next round of students?
Yeah.
Okay. About what time did you get off?
Got off like 5 o'clock.
Okay. Do you recall where you went after you got off?
Yeah. As soon as I left, I went to the store.
Okay. Where's that store located?
It's like a corner, or like a couple of blocks down from Morehouse.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. I'm going to approach. And before I approach, in preparation for this hearing, did you come to my office and review the surveillance video that pertains to the incident we're discussing today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm approaching with State's Exhibit 2. I gotta steal your mic. Do you recognize the videos contained on State's Exhibit 2?
Yes, I do.
And are they a fair and accurate representation of the incidents that took place that day at 142 Joseph E. Lowry, both inside the store and outside the store?
I agree.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 2 into the record.
And 2 is a collection of surveillance videos, different cameras or different segments from this. Is it like a convenience store we're talking about?
Yes, it's the convenience store has 9 different cameras located both inside and outside of the convenience store.
Okay. Ms. Thomas, Any objection to the admission of State's Exhibit 2 for this hearing?
Yes, I don't think he properly authenticated the video.
Okay. Do you want to ask the witness questions about that? I think he laid a sufficient foundation, but if you want to challenge that, I'm happy to let you ask questions right now.
Sure.
Okay.
On that video that you watched, do you know who took that video?
The surveillance cameras that was all around, from the stove, the streets.
Are you familiar with that surveillance camera?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so when you say it was accurate, you're going off based off your memory of what happened?
I'm going off of what I know that happened and going off of the videos.
Okay, do you have any way to know if it's been edited or sped up or any changes made to that video?
Me, I don't, ma'am.
So you don't have a way of knowing that video was been edited?
No, ma'am.
No further questions.
All right, I'm going to allow it in. There may be concerns that will go to the weight of the evidence, but I find that based on Mr. Humble's testimony that the videos fairly and accurately depict something he personally experienced. I'll admit State's Exhibit 2.
Okay, and same thing. I'm going to go off of, I've been asked to go off of the videos that have been uploaded to my computer. It is an exact copy of what has been.
That's fine. Ms. Thomas will let us know if it's not what she had.
She will.
Okay.
This time, I'm going to share my screen from what has been marked as camera number 7. And I'm going to fast forward to the 4:47. The timestamp on the video camera that's at the bottom right where it has the date 6/12/2024, saying that it is 4:47 and 26 seconds p.m. Okay. And Mr. Humble, do you recognize this portion of the video? Okay. And do you see yourself on this video?
Yes.
All right, will you please tell the judge where you are located in this video?
I'm right there in the middle of the crossline.
Okay.
What are you carrying?
It's my lunch.
All right.
Well, it was my lunch. It was already gone.
Okay.
Okay. Is that what you took with you to work that day?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, what's going on at this point right here?
It was like, yo, something like that. It said something.
Who
You
said
good?
something?
I'm not exactly who. One of them from the car. Yo, you good? Something like that.
Will you tell the judge which car on the screen said something to
The
you?
blue Tesla right there. The one that's right there on the corner when I turned around.
Okay. Okay. What is this individual saying to you?
I can't remember exactly, but we talking like, you good? He asked me a question. I'm like, yeah, I'm good. You good?
Okay.
What does he have in his hand?
It looked like a assault rifle.
Okay. Did he ever point that at you?
Not, yeah, he did.
Okay. All right. Did any of these two individuals ever demand any of your property?
Yeah, it was like, get my bag, which nothing was in there.
Okay.
The white bag or the body bag strapped to you?
I'm not sure. I had multiple bags on me at that point in time, but I threw the bag down. I threw it on the ground, though. I was like, you can take the bag, ain't nothing in there.
Okay. And were they making any references to any particular gangs?
Yeah, it was like on blood. Don't touch that, don't move, don't blood, get the bag, all that shit.
Okay. Now, can you see in the video where the other occupants were pointing and moving?
Yeah.
What were the occupants of the vehicle saying?
Everybody was just repeating basically what everybody else was saying. Nah, get that shit, grab it, pick it up. It was just everybody was talking, just saying the same shit.
Okay. Were all four occupants of the vehicle saying stuff of the same nature?
All of them was.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna let this play through. Now, what happened as the car pulled off?
I thought it was over. I thought they ain't get nothing, they ain't need nothing, they ain't want nothing. There wasn't nothing in the bag. I went in the store going about my business.
Okay. And as you walked into the store, what happened?
I turned around, about to go to the register, and I got shot.
Okay. I'm going to.
I didn't see you drop your bags. Was there like a open doorway where you put your bags on the ground?
There's more footage of it, but.
So we'll see it on another video. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go to another angle.
Do you know any of these guys?
I've never seen these dudes in my life.
Oh, sorry. And I'm going to fast forward.
So it's not on our screen yet.
Okay, I'll put it.
You just so you know, you can fast forward all you want.
Okay. And is this a view from the doorway inside the store, Mr. Humble?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Great. I have fast forwarded to the 4:47 and 33 seconds PM, and I'm just going to let it play through from there. Is that you in the doorway with the white bag?
Yes, that's me.
Why'd you fall?
I got shot.
Okay. How many times were you shot?
I got shot once in my back and I got shot in my finger.
Okay. Now, at any point, have I ever asked you to identify all of the occupants in that vehicle?
No,
Okay. Do you think so you were never asked, correct? Or did you ever think you could?
if I was asked, I don't remember, but from my memory, I don't know if I can't remember if I've actually been asked by you.
Okay, that's fine. All right. At one point in there, I'm just going to bring this up. It looked like you had what appeared to have potentially been a weapon. Was that an actual weapon?
No,
All right. What was in your hand?
nothing was in my hand but my bag and my food.
Okay. Did you ever have what was described by police as a fake weapon?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. And why did you have that?
That wasn't the only thing that I had, but I got it from Morehouse, from dorm takeover.
Okay. And did they just tell y'all that you could take whatever was left?
Anything that we found, we could keep it.
Okay. Have you been this occurred on June 12th, 2024. Have you been able to return to work since?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
You had to say yes or no for the court reporter.
No.
Okay. Is it because of the physical injuries that you have received from being shot?
That played a big part in the healing process, then the mental process. Yeah.
Okay. And were you taken directly from the scene to Grady Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness.
Ms. Thomas, do you have questions for Mr. Humble?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Humble.
Good morning.
My name is Dorothy Thomas. I represent Mr. Chapman in this case. I just have a few follow-up questions for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You do not know my client, is that correct?
Nope.
Okay. And you've never seen him or had any conversations with him, correct?
Nope.
Okay. And you're saying nope, that is correct.
That's
never
correct.
had it.
That's accurate.
Okay. And is it a true statement that during the shooting, you were unable to identify any of the shooters?
During the shooting?
Yes.
That's inaccurate.
You are able to identify them?
Yeah.
Okay, you were just asked about the identities of the shooters.
He asked me would I have been able to identify the shooters. I said I can't remember if he has asked me. If anyone else asked me, can I identify who shot me? Yes, I know who shot me.
Okay, and you're able to identify let me ask you this. Who was the person who shot you?
Whoever the dude was with the green hat on.
Do you know his name?
No, I don't.
Okay. What about the other guy that also had a gun? Are you able to identify him?
Not under his mask.
Okay, so you did not see his face?
No, I seen just the upper half.
Okay.
But that's enough.
Okay, so you don't know his name, is that correct?
No.
Okay, what about the driver of the vehicle? Were you able to see him during the shooting? You were
sitting right here in front of me.
You was able to see the driver of the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. Soon as he opened the door and started speaking and saying what he was saying.
When you say sitting right in front of you, meaning the person who was driving that blue Tesla is here in court now?
Yeah.
Okay.
If this is exhibit 2. Let's go back. Let me see at what point you're saying you were able to see.
It's going to be at the that's going to be about the start of it.
So, Mr. Humble, I think I now better understand when you say I could identify these people, it would be, if you show me the guy, I'll be able to tell you it's the same guy, but I can't tell you that that's Fred Smith because they're strangers to me.
Exactly.
Got it.
So I'm trying to get to the point of the video. Because it was at 4:40.
It's going to be about 4:47:30 is where I generally start playing it, and then it'll ease.
And it's fine if you stop a little early, we can see an extra 10 seconds. That's fine. None of these is an hour-long video.
Okay. Let's see, play. So this is you and this, are you able to see it on the screen? Does everybody see it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this person in the green hat is not my client, is that correct?
No, it's not. The next person that walks up would not be your client either.
Okay.
Right there in all black, that's not your client either.
Okay. And at this point, are you able to see my client?
Not from this actual angle right here. Now I can.
So here you're saying that you looked over and you saw my client.
I could see your client from the time he whipped up on me at the corner and then turned to me. Once I was crossing the street.
And so you're watching these two men with guns and you're able to identify my client as the driver.
He turned in, popped the door right open in front of me. Start talking to them. How else can I not identify him? Just ask him.
And do you have any relationship with my client?
No, ma'am.
And prior to the shooting, have you had any conversations with my client?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you've never met my client?
Never in my life.
And how did you learn about my client's involvement in this case?
It was all over the news, everywhere you turned, all over social media, and plus just watching.
So you was able to see his like photos and the news and different places?
Not him exactly, the one who shot me specifically.
Okay, what about my client?
Once the information started coming out, then that's when I was.
Was you ever provided a photograph of my client?
No, ma'am.
No?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Was you ever presented at a lineup to identify my client?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is today the first time you're seeing my client since the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Hiles, anything else for Mr. Humble?
Yes, will you please identify the person that you stated was driving the Tesla by where they're sitting in an article of clothing?
Yeah, he right there sitting next to his lawyer.
Okay. What's he wearing?
He got on a blue little jumpsuit, I guess from Phone County. He got dreads in his head, light skin.
All right. Please let the record reflect that the defendant identified, the victim identified the defendant as the driver of the blue Tesla.
He has.
No further questions.
I have one last, and then Ms. Thomas, you may have follow-up. You mentioned that the person driving the Tesla, we saw in the video, he opens the passenger door and he's doing some talking. Your sense was that the driver was talking to Green Hat and the other guy, or was he saying something to you, like put your bag down?
He was talking to both of them.
Okay.
Like, at that point, he was like, come on, man, get in the car, get the bag, get in the car.
Okay,
Like
talking to them, not to you.
Yeah, not me.
All right, thank you. Ms. Thomas, do you have any other questions for Mr. Humble?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Humble, thank you for your time.
No problem.
You're free to go.
Hey, Mr. Humble, if you hang around with Dave. We grab especially to wear.
Raise right hand. You swear affirm for the testimony you will give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
So I'm Detective Richard Ware, RICHARD WEAR.
Morning, Officer Ware.
Good morning.
All right. Investigator Ware, please tell the court where you are currently employed.
City of Atlanta Police Department, Aggravated Assault Unit,
Okay. How long you been employed there?
2017,
Okay. How long you been in the Ag Assault Unit?
about a year.
Okay. Are you post-certified?
I am.
Have you been post-certified the entirety of your employment with the Atlanta Police Department?
I have.
Okay. Were you working on June 12th of 2024?
I was working at City of Atlanta Police Department, Aggravated Assault Unit. Yes, I was there that day.
Okay. Were you on duty?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a chance to respond to an aggravated assault at 142 Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. How are you notified on when to respond to certain locations?
How am I notified when to respond?
Yes.
We are typically notified by the initial report responding officer to a call for service. For my unit, it's usually like a call for a person shot, stabbed, or something of that nature.
Okay. And when you got to the scene, or did you respond to the scene that day?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you remember about what time you got to the scene?
I do not recall about what time we got to the scene. It would have been, I'm not sure, maybe within an hour of when it occurred. I'll have to go back and refer.
Okay. And based off being in your unit, are you normally the first responding officer to a particular scene like this?
I'm not the first responding officer. Okay. No.
All right. All right. What were you informed of when you first got on scene? Like, how did you start your investigation?
We were raised and notified about a person shot at the store at the location. Typically, when that happens and we know we're going to respond, we don't ask as many follow-up questions on the radio because I know I'm going out there. So we were just notified that the victim would be going to the hospital and that we would be coming out to the scene, try to get a name, date of birth, kind of a time frame and a general scenario. Okay. So we arrived at the scene, which was a convenience store, which when we got there, we were told there were shell casings on the scene. The scene had been roped off. There was security footage. And so we started going through from there.
Okay. I'm going to refer to what is already been admitted as State's Exhibit 2.
We can't see it.
Oh, I was just queuing it up. I'm going to share. All right. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Is this, it's queued up to 4:47 and 34 seconds PM on June 12th of 2024. Is this the the evidence recovered of the incident that you investigated?
Yes, that appears to be security footage from the incident location.
Okay, I'm gonna let it play through real quick. You mentioned that 2 shell casings were recovered. Where were those shell casings recovered?
So they were slightly off screen down below where this would have been, but on this between like the sidewalk on the street, right next to this location.
Is it fair to say they were just off camera as to where the car, blue Tesla, pulled off?
In the direction of travel of the vehicle.
Okay. And based on the surrounding cameras, were y'all able to get a plate identification from that blue Tesla?
Yes, even I believe by the time I'd arrived, officers at the location had found a plate off of the vehicle.
All right. And did you immediately track the exit route? You and the other investigating officers immediately tracked the exit route as to where those where that vehicle fled to?
Yeah. So in this, the initial responding officers had already begun doing that, and then we also do that as part of our investigation. So,
did you track that vehicle to any particular spot of interest directly in the minutes after this crime happened?
Yeah, it'd been followed on camera to a nearby liquor store.
Okay, where was the location of that liquor store?
At the intersection of James P. Brawley and Joseph E. Boone. I believe 775 Joseph E. Boone was the address.
Okay. And in course of preparation for this hearing and in your investigation, were you able to determine the distance between the incident location and this particular liquor store?
I believe it was 1.2 miles.
1.2 miles?
Yes.
Okay. And knowing that the car had stopped there, did you yourself go to that liquor store on Joseph E. Boone and retrieve video surveillance footage?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And noting that the car, the blue Tesla, had just exited the screen, can you please tell the court the timestamp on the bottom of the screen at which time the Tesla left the?
I actually cannot see it on my screen. It's blocked.
What does that say?
Content of this.
Oh, okay. Is it okay?
I did that.
Okay.
Great. It says that it is June 12th, 2024 at 4:48 p.m. and 22 seconds.
Okay. All right, I am approaching the state's exhibit number 3. We have a court reporter who's remote, so I'm going to pass the mic back and forth so she can hear my questions. Do you recognize what's been labeled as state's exhibit 3?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How do you recognize what's been labeled as state's exhibit 3?
It is a USB drive that I reviewed and initialed.
Okay. On that USB drive, does it contain a full and accurate representation of the videos that you yourself collected from that liquor store?
Yes, it does.
Did you make any alterations, additions, or deletions to that particular video that you collected?
I did not.
And did you immediately collect it directly from the liquor store?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, at this point, the state would move to admit state's exhibit 3.
Ms. Thomas, any objection to the admission of states 3? It's admitted.
And again, I would request to play the exact copies of the exhibit are downloaded to the computer so they don't lag.
That approach has been working. I'm relying on Ms. Thomas to let me know if you're playing something that she's never seen before.
Okay. I'm starting with the camera that is marked as channel 2. Okay. Do you recognize this video surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay. I am going to. And the blue Tesla of interest, do you see it on this particular screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And where is that blue Tesla located?
It is to the top of the screen, slightly to the right above the red truck. It is facing the camera.
Okay. And for the record, the timestamp on this is 4 minutes, 52 seconds, and 24 p.m. on 6/12/2024. And the screen that we're looking at, is this the parking lot of the liquor store that you said was 1.2 miles away from the scene?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
And looking at the timestamp on the video surveillance, is that approximately 4 minutes and change after the shooting incident occurred 1.2 miles away?
I can't see the timestamp again. Could you read it back for me, please?
It's on the top right screen this time.
There's a mini screen. I don't know if that moves.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yes. Yes.
So what will you recite the timestamp for us?
This is 4:52:24 seconds p.m. on 6/12/24.
Okay, and were you able to confirm the correct timestamp by cross-referencing it to the Atlanta City traffic camera that's positioned directly outside this liquor store?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you were able to confirm that it's the correct time?
Yes, I believe there's a difference of maybe 2 seconds, but yes.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna hit play. Now, at this point here, did you and I review this surveillance together on VLC? VLC Media Player.
Yes.
And does VLC Media Player have a function called interactive zoom?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right. Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 4. And is States Exhibit 4 a fair and accurate screenshot of the utilization of the interactive zoom at the same image that's on your screen?
Yes, it is.
And were there any other alterations or deletions made to that particular image as it was zoomed in?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would tender State's Exhibit 4, a zoomed in image from VLC of this particular screen.
Which is developed from this video.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Thomas, any objection to Exhibit 4?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Your Honor, you're the trier of fact. I'm just going to go ahead and give this to you.
Thanks.
And the driver of this, actually, I'm going to let this play through. The person at the 4 p.m. 54 minutes and 50 seconds that exits the blue Tesla from the passenger side. Do you recognize that individual from the surveillance of the shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to identify that individual?
Yes.
All right. And what was that individual's name?
I believe that was Mr. Contavious Campbell.
Okay.
This is the gentleman with the green hat.
Correct.
Okay.
And I'm just going to stop it there. The driver of that Tesla, were you able to identify that individual?
Yes.
Okay. Who would the driver be?
Mr. Jaden Chapman.
Okay. What methods did you use to identify that individual?
So the vehicle was ultimately stopped by the Atlanta Police Department following a car chase. There were only 3 people in the vehicle, so who we were able to identify and interview. After speaking with our gangs unit, we determined that these people were had history of gang activity, and we were provided known associates of them, their social media and images of them. And when reviewing those images, we recognized Mr. Chapman from the security footage.
Okay. So are you saying you compared social media images of identified gang members to these surveillance videos, and that's how you were able to identify Mr. Chapman?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, give me 1 second, just plug my.
Yeah.
It's for records, for returns. Your Honor, at this point, the state's tendering State's Exhibit 5, which is the full Instagram return of defendant Chapman, as well as State's Exhibit 5A, which is the certificate of authenticity of domestic records and regularly conducted activity. Notice of this was provided and filed with the clerk on January 7th of 2025.
So it's basically what you were able to obtain from Instagram associated with what you believe is Mr. Chapman's Instagram account.
Right.
Okay.
So they're self-authenticating. So at this time, the state of tender State's Exhibit 5 and 5A into the record.
Okay. Ms. Thomas, any objection to 5 and 5A? They're admitted.
Your Honor, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 3.
All right.
Sorry, been admitted.
Yep. I've got 1 through 4 up here now.
Okay. Can you see the screen in front of you?
Yes.
All right. This is State's Exhibit 5. Can you see the account, what it's, where I'm holding my cursor where it says account identifier?
Yes.
Okay. What does the account identifier, what does that state?
That's the, or what does it actually literally read?
Yeah, what does it read?
BT de Menace.
Okay. Great. Okay. Now, where it says sent, what's the date that this says sent?
June 12th, 2024.
Okay. And what's the timestamp that is sent?
20, 35, 46 seconds, universal time.
Okay. Are you familiar with what universal time is?
Yes.
What is universal time?
It's effectively Greenwich Mean Time. So it
depending on the time of year, is usually 4 or 5 hours ahead of Eastern time.
Okay, so this being June, what would be the difference?
I believe it's 4 during the summer.
Yep. All right. And it's, you see where it says author?
Yes.
Just below author, who does it say the author is?
BT Diminis.
Okay. And you read the time it was sent. So that would have been 16. What time converted to Eastern daylight savings time would that be?
That would have been approximately 4:35.
Approximately 4:35.
Yes.
Okay.
PM.
And what is that a picture of?
It appears to be an AR pistol.
Okay. And does that pistol seem to be consistent with what you observed in the surveillance footage of what was sent?
Yes,
Okay. And are you familiar with the backseat of a Tesla?
I am.
Okay. How are you familiar with the backseat of a Tesla?
I own a Tesla.
Okay. Do you actually own the same model of Tesla that was used in this robbery?
Same year. I have the sedan. This was the SUV version, but they are very similar.
Okay. Is that consistent? The floorboard and the positioning of the seats consistent with being the floorboard and the seats of the Tesla that was used in this particular crime?
Yes.
And so this was approximately 12 minutes. This photo was sent approximately 12 minutes prior to the crime occurring, correct?
Correct.
And it was sent by BT Diminis.
That is correct.
Okay. I apologize. I'm just gonna have to scroll. And that was page 910 of the Instagram return. And I'm gonna go to page 975 now.
They're paying investigators more these days, apparently.
You stay out of debt.
You can get a Tesla, apparently.
All right. So where I'm holding my screen, where does it what does it say? Who does it say the author is?
BT Diminis.
Okay. And what date does it say sent?
The 11th of June, 2024.
Okay. And what was the time?
13/18/59 UTC.
Okay. And what does it say the body contains?
9 photos.
Right. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the night prior to the crime?
Correct.
Okay. And who's that individual that you recognize?
That's Mr. Jaden Chapman.
Okay. What type of car does he appear to be standing next to?
Next to a blue and color Tesla Model Y.
Is that the same type of car that was used in the incident, the shooting?
Yes.
On June 12th? Okay. And is that appear to be a photo from the same series of photos?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see a hand in a rubber glove?
I do.
Based on your opinion, what do you think that the hand in the rubber glove is doing?
It is attempting to obscure the plate of the vehicle.
Okay. I'm going to just scroll through the 9 of these. Okay. So here we go. On what is it? The author. Who does the author say this to be?
BT Diminis.
Okay. What's the date it says this is sent?
June 12th, 2024, 1:51:46 UTC.
Okay. And what does the body say it contains?
9 photos were sent.
And who does this appear to be?
Mr. Jaden Chapman.
Okay, and what does he appear to be standing in front of?
A Tesla supercharger.
Okay. So would this converting to UTC time been the late night hours of leading up to the date of the incident?
This would have been late night of the 11th. Yes.
Okay. Now, what is, do you recognize from anywhere the hat that he appears to be wearing?
Yes, I do.
Where do you recognize that hat from?
It appears to be the same hat worn by Mr. Davis Campbell during the shooting incident.
Okay. And I'm going to utilize another device as well. I'm going to go to what was admitted as State's Exhibit 3. Okay. Turn your attention to what's the bond board, Ms. Paul. Ms. Thomas, I'm sorry. Can you see?
I can.
Okay. Now, do you see the person that you've identified as Jaden Chapman, the one driving the blue Tesla? Do you see the hoodie that he's wearing?
Yes.
Okay. And turning your attention back to the picture of Mr. Chapman standing in front of the Tesla charging station, does it appear? Do you recognize the hoodie from the two images?
Yes, it appears to be the same.
Okay. And was it your testimony that you talked briefly about the pursuit of that vehicle? How many individuals were captured inside of or fleeing from that particular blue Tesla?
3. Well, 1 was captured fleeing from the vehicle.
Okay.
There were 3 in the vehicle during the chase.
Okay. And I'm just going to scroll through these series. Does this all appear to be Mr. Chapman with the green hat and the hoodie that
Yes.
say drugs don't heal shit?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that's the same hoodie from the liquor store surveillance video?
It appears to be this. Yes.
You okay? Okay.
Where did this occur? What city and county?
What's this?
I'm sorry. Where did the shooting, the aggravated assault and attempted armed robbery that you investigated, where did that occur?
Within the city of Atlanta, inside Fulton County.
Okay. I don't have any other questions for this witness.
Okay. Ms. Thomas, do you have questions for Detective Ware?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm Dorothy Thomas. I represent Mr. Chapman. I have a few questions for you. During your investigation, did you speak to the victim?
I do not recall speaking to the victim myself, no.
Okay. During your investigation, did you get an ID of Chapman at the scene of the alleged incident?
At the convenience store?
Yes.
No.
Okay. It's my understanding that Mr. Chapman was not found in the vehicle upon the stop that was subject of the incident. Is that correct?
When the Tesla fled and was ultimately, everyone inside of it was taken into custody, he was not among the 3. Correct.
Okay. Okay. And the gun that was found in the vehicle, where was that found?
I believe it was the front passenger seat, if I
Okay,
recall correctly.
okay.
So I want to better understand that. We've seen a black Tesla today. You weren't here for that. We've seen a blue Tesla. It's on the screen. When the blue Tesla was stopped, there were 3 occupants, none of whom was Mr. Chapman. There was also a gun in the blue Tesla, or you're referring to your knowledge that a gun was recovered from another Tesla?
The what appeared to be the same AR pistol was inside of the blue Tesla.
The blue Tesla.
The blue Tesla.
So the photograph that we saw when that gun was on the floorboard, what appeared to be the same gun was recovered from that same blue Tesla when Atlanta police stopped it sometime later without Mr. Chapman in it.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Regarding the blue Tesla, the vehicle, do you know who the vehicle was registered to?
I do not recall. I believe it was a rental of some sort, but I don't recall if that was from a company or from a specific individual.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe that vehicle was registered or leased by Chapman?
Not registered to that I recall.
Okay. In the video, let me see if I could pull that up. Oh, I'm sorry. Which how do I get back to the video?
Which one?
This one, the one that's actually up on this big screen. Oh, okay.
I know. It's crazy.
And I'm playing this video, and I just wanted to ask a question during your investigation. There was a woman who entered the store that had red hair. Were you able to identify that woman?
No, I never spoke with her.
Okay, so she wasn't able to confirm or deny whether the person who handed her the money was Mr. Chapman, is that correct?
No, as far as I know.
Okay. And just to be clear, the way you were able to connect Mr. Chapman to the subject incident that occurred at the convenience store was by pulling the social media posts online of the known shooters and realizing that Chapman was, or I guess, he was identified as being amongst the shooters. Is that correct?
The way that it occurred is once we were aware that the 3 individuals we had in custody had prior gang charges, our gangs unit reached out to the agency that filed those charges with who we had in custody. They provided a list of known associates, and then our gangs unit pulled their social media profiles and we compared it to the footage.
Okay. And I guess I'm trying to trying to get at, the way you identify Mr. Chapman was through his affiliation with his co-defendants on this case. Is that correct?
So once we pulled the social media and we looked for images consistent with who was in the vehicle, it was both his physical appearance and the clothing items that he was wearing that were also seen in the footage, but not recovered.
Okay. So you was never able to find the hoodie that Mr. Chapman was allegedly wearing in the vehicle. Is that correct?
The hooded sweatshirt that he is seen wearing here and the green hat with the letter A that Mr. Campbell had been seen wearing were not recovered from the vehicle or on anyone's person when they were taken into custody.
Okay. And you never spoke to Mr. Chapman?
No.
Okay, so you don't know if he owned that sweatshirt, if he was wearing that sweatshirt, or any further information regarding that sweatshirt, correct?
Just that he was wearing it.
What do you mean?
I mean, whether or not he owned it, he could have borrowed it from someone, but based on the footage in his social media profile, I saw that he was wearing the sweatshirt.
And you're talking about prior or before the incident?
The pictures on his social media profile were taken before the incident, and the
Okay.
security footage was taken after the incident.
Okay, so you're referring to both incidents. You're saying that okay, I understand. During your investigation, did you get to speak with any of the co-defendants?
I spoke with or attempted to speak with all three of the other defendants, yes.
Okay, did any of them speak with you?
Yes.
Okay, did anyone identify Mr. Chapman as a driver of the blue Tesla?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And following the stop of the blue Tesla, my understanding is Mr. Chapman was not in the vehicle, but he was later apprehended. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was he found with, I guess at the time that he was apprehended, was he wearing the sweatshirt?
I was not present for the incident, nor have I reviewed any footage of that incident, so I do not know.
So you do not know, okay.
Well, I'll let you know he was not. He was wearing a tank top. No hoodie.
And just real quick about the green hat, where was you able to locate the green hat? Was it still on that defendant's person when you stopped him?
Mr. Campbell did not have the hat, and it was not recovered from the vehicle.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Hiles, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Investigator Ware, thank you for your time.
We got one witness,
For what? I'm wondering, given your burden of proof in this, what this last witness, give me a summary of what that witness would be talking about.
This gang investigator identifying each of the other individuals as they were in the car as members of 5275 Slime Gang Young Crew. As one of the allegations and special conditions that he was in contact with.
Okay, I'm not gonna tell you how to prove up your case, but given the various allegations across the two petitions and in the warrant I signed, I don't think you need to present anything else.
State rest.
Okay. Ms. Thomas, do you want to put on any evidence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, then we'll close the evidence in this case. Is there anything beyond the record you've established that you want to share with me at this point, Mr. Hiles?
Your Honor, all I want to share is I feel that we have proved the allegations in the petition to revoke probation beyond a reasonable doubt, well past the preponderance of the evidence standard. And I'm going to ask that you revoke the balance of Mr. Chapman's probation. So he pled to 9 different gang counts, aggravated battery, for which he shot somebody. And that particular victim actually, started getting cold, wanted to show mercy to Mr. Chapman.
You're referring to the underlying charges, not Mr. Humble.
I'm not, no, not,
Right.
not Mr. Humble. I'm referring to what he's on probation for what we're asking.
Okay.
And it was a series of not only entering on it, but ag assault, ag battery he pled guilty to. And he is continuously out here continuing the same activity with the same members of the same gang that he pled guilty to committing these crimes with. Putting the public's life in danger, not only by armed robberies and shooting at individuals, for which I think there's more than enough for party to a crime, for that, but also fleeing at speeds of over 100 miles an hour, crashing into citizens and continuing to flee, and then crashing into another citizen. He is a gang, and 11 years is the only justifiable sentence at this point. He's been given every chance under the sun. And that's what we're asking for.
Okay. Are you able to move the board now? Thanks. I'll hear from you, Ms. Thomas, in just a second. I need to ask Ms. Simpson how much time remains on Mr. Chapman's. There you are. Hey, how much time remains in this case?
He has 2 years, 6 months, 4 days remaining.
Years, 6 months, 4 days. Okay, thank you. Ms. Thomas, I'm happy to hear from you on both whether the state met its burden, but also what you think a reasonable consequence would be. Probably advisable to spend more on the reasonable consequence than whether the state met its burden, because the burden is not so high here, as you know. And as I explained to Mr. Chapman before, it's a preponderance of the evidence. It's not beyond a reasonable doubt. And you've heard the same evidence I did today. I don't know what would happen at trial, but that's not what we're doing today. So I'm ready to hear from you.
Right, Your Honor. I will start by saying that Mr. Chapman is here because he allegedly violated his probation by committing the new charges. And we all heard the evidence. And to your point, I won't spend too much time on that point. But Mr. Chapman is 24 years old, and the state is wanting to revoke the full balance of his remaining probation. Your Honor, I will state, however, that in the new charges that he's alleged to commit, he is not a main participant in the violence. He's not carrying a gun. He's not the one who shot at the alleged victim. He is not participating to any mass degree in these crimes. And I know part of the charges is related to him being affiliated with this gang member, but as the court knows, and not to make an excuse for him, but it is difficult for, he's 24 years old. It's difficult for him to associate and be found with around other people and to leave the gang because essentially he poses himself, he puts himself in a position to be targeted and be endangered and could potentially lose his life. And I'm not saying that to say and make an excuse for him and his involvement in these crimes, but I think if we talk about culpability and who is the aggravator in these crimes, you see in all these cases that he is not. The one that I would say he's probably the most culpable is when he fled and eluded the police. But even then, you saw it was a uneventful arrest. Yes, they caught him, they chased him. I'm not diminishing that. But we don't see someone displaying active violence. We don't see him carrying a gun. We don't see him threatening anyone. So because of that, I do believe that revoking the full balance of his probation is not just. He is 24 years old. He has a whole life in front of him. And in the interest of just being transparent, I know he's probably going to have to do some time for sure for his new cases. And the two cases that he did pick up are serious in nature. So I'm not gonna even argue that he should do just probation. I just think that revoking the full balance does not allow him to be rehabilitated. And I do think he is somebody that could be rehabilitated. I think that being able to be in some type of structured environment would be beneficial for him. Again, he is 24 years old. His father is present in the courtroom today to show up for support. His grandmother has reached out to me. I know that one of the bigger conversations I've had with his family is leaning into helping Chapman establish a life outside of the gang and being able to reform himself. But unfortunately, he has not been presented with the tools to do so. So one of the biggest factors he's had is being able to get a job. He feels like he can't get a job and that he's stuck in this circle with these known gang members. Again, I would just ask the court to show some degree of leniency in sentencing him. He is 24 years old. I think a better tool would be to revoke maybe 2-3 years. He's been in custody for quite some time, and then add some additional conditions to his probation that would encourage him to get on the right track. gain employment, get a GED, stay out of Fulton County. And these are provisions that he could potentially meet. Again, his father is present. I just want to address him in the court. So he would be able to help guide him and steer him in the right direction, help with employment. I do believe, I know he was previously on probation, and you're probably asking me, okay, Dorothy, he was just on probation and he'd still committed these crimes. Again, I would just urge the court to understand that, I mean, it's so recent that he got out. The new charge, I mean, he just hasn't been out long enough to be able to redirect his actions. And again, him being young without resources, change is not going to happen as rapidly as it would for someone with a lot of resource. So I would just urge the court to consider these factors and not revoke the full balance. 12 years is a lot. I mean, if he got out half of his life, I mean, what middle age now is 35, 36. So, I mean, half of his life would be spent in prison. And I know he does have some support and that can help rear him in the right direction, Your Honor. So we just ask that you show my client some mercy and add some extra provisions on there to help guide him, or if you could even connect him with some resources, I think that would be more beneficial, so we're not creating more havoc on the system and to the general public.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I think you had an ample opportunity to share your perspective on things, and I think I understand the state's perspective on this. I have two parts to what I need to do. The first is that I do find, Mr. Chapman, that the state has proven by a preponderance of the evidence that you violated the terms and conditions of your probation, primarily by violating the law in a number of ways, both incidents, the shooting of Mr. Humble, and I get it that you didn't shoot Mr. Humble. I don't think that's the point here, but that incident where Mr. Humble had guns pointed at him, threats to take his property, and he ultimately was shot. You were part and parcel of that situation. We fast forward just a day, and there's the high-speed chase where you are found alone in a different Tesla with a gun, and any number of folks could have been injured in that situation. So I find that you violated your probation. I also find that you were, again, associating with members of a gang, and you were aware that they were members of a gang. That's to me troubling, but less concerning than how quickly you were back in the racket of breaking the law and making life scary and difficult for lots of folks. So I do find you violated your probation. Then I need to figure out what I'm going to do about it. And I've heard from the state as to what I ought to do. And I've heard very eloquently from Ms. Thomas. Want to make sure if there's anything you want me to hear from you directly, you can speak your piece now before I let you know what I'm going to do.
Can I have one moment?
Sure. Do you believe, while you are talking, I have a question for Mr. Hiles. Mr. Hiles, I don't want to foreclose Mr. Humble's opportunity to be heard. I don't know how the Victim's Bill of Rights works with the probation revocation. He's certainly a victim in one of the two cases before Judge Whitaker. She has both of the indictments of these two separate incidents, the shooting and the fleeing and attempting to elude. He may not want to say, I'm not putting him on the spot, but I don't want to foreclose his opportunity to say, I'm over this, or I think that you should bury the guy. He's good? Okay, thank you.
Sure. I heard everything Ms. Paul said, and
I did too. And I'm gonna now hear from Mr. Chapman if there's anything he wants to say. You don't have to say anything at all. You're not on the spot. I just don't want to prevent you from saying something if you want to be heard. Whatever's easier for you. Don't bother me.
I understand I made mistakes.
This is all. You can just speak, just project.
I understand I made mistakes. I was asking for my next level program, my conditions. That's what I just wanted to say.
Okay, the next level program, I'm familiar with that.
Better in the community.
You're 24? Okay, all right. So, Mr. Chapman, as I said, I do find that the state has proven by a preponderance of the evidence that you violated significant conditions of your probation, and they were both special conditions and violations of the law, which empowers me to revoke more than 2 years. I think that Ms. Thomas very effectively argued for the concept of leniency and to give you opportunities. The problem for you is that you already had that. Ms. Thomas wasn't involved with the case before. It was a different lawyer, but Mr. Hood negotiated for you a very lenient outcome to a series of similar situations, and you were given that second chance. I'm not so sure about third chances without a pretty stiff rehabilitation period in between. There are a whole lot of what ifs here that are keeping you away from a much more serious sentence. What if the shot into Mr. Humble had killed him instead of left him frightened and injured and recovering, not just physically, but emotionally? What if your high-speed chase had resulted in an accident where you were hurt or a pedestrian was killed? You put a whole bunch of other people in harm's way, either directly with the Fairburn situation or as a part of that rolling crime scene in the blue Tesla. And none of that is consistent with you demonstrating to me, or more importantly, the community in which you operate, that you had taken any steps to lead a life that was different from the one that got you in front of me the first time, which was all those entering autos and shootings, et cetera. I mean, you just rolled right back into it. And so I don't have a good basis to be confident that Next Level Boys Academy or At Promise or Dad being here would keep everyone safe. So I am going to revoke 10 years of your probation. We'll reinstate the balance so that when you are released, there will be a little bit of probation. And pardons and paroles will figure out if any part of that is parolable. You have a different lawyer for your two cases in front of Judge Whitaker, but they arise from these same set of facts and circumstances. And I am confident that this revocation will feed into a fairly quick resolution of those two cases. Ms. Thomas, I appreciate you parachuting into this case. I know you've been involved with it for a while over the course of a name change, but you've done important work on behalf of Mr. Chapman. You didn't have a lot to work with given the video evidence and the speed with which Mr. Chapman re-engaged with this lifestyle that's dangerous to him, which concerns me, but even more so demonstrated dangerous to people like Mr. Humble and all those people who were just minding their own business on those busy roads in downtown Fairburn. So that is how we are resolving this. Mr. Hiles, thank you for your time as well. Yes, Mr. Chapman, you will get credit for all the time. You'll get credit for all the time he's been in custody. It's related to these very allegations. Okay. Okay. Yes. That's on the plea and arraignment?
Yes.
Okay.
And Your Honor, that concludes my business before the court. May I be excused?
I'm not sure. Yes, of course, but I think you might have a case on our plea and arraignment,
Today?
which we were going to do first.
Oh. What case was it?
I'm going to tell you. You represent Mr. Thomas, Tyler Thomas.
He's the one that has a pending murder charge.
Well, not pending anymore. He pled to that. He has two cases that arose while he was in custody. He had a murder trial many years ago, was convicted. Judge Downs gave him a new trial that was appealed. He prevailed, came back, and we started his trial in front of me, and he pled. But while he was in custody in Rice Street, he picked up two cases. We just got your name associated with the two of them. And so since he's on Zoom from state custody, we thought we'd handle those so you could be on your way. And the Department of Corrections has had him holding for us.
Okay. Is there a way for me to speak to him quickly, or?
That's a good question. Let me check. All right, so there's Mr. Thomas on the screen holding his head. You would like a chance to talk with him.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And we're here for arraignment. I know we'll probably raise for arraignment.
So it's plea and arraignment, and then what it says here is that there's a bond motion on one of these. I don't know that that really matters given where he is. And so what we could do, we can always revisit the question of bond when Mr. Thomas isn't in state custody. But in the meantime, it would be great to at least handle the arraignment piece. So if you want to dial into the Zoom, maybe from your phone, then I could put you and Mr. Thomas into a breakout room. I can send you the Zoom link if you don't have that.
I have the Zoom link, yeah.
Mr. Thomas, can you raise your hand if you can hear us? Great, he can hear us. So once I get you into the Zoom, and did Mr. Hiles run out of here? Because he needs to move his board. He's coming back? Okay.
And then I'm on the Zoom if we could.
Mute, okay. I had to mute you. So if you want to go into the jury room, then I'll move you and Mr. Thomas into the breakout room. Once you're done, come on out. Mr. Regas, did you have a case on the calendar?
I did not.
Oh, okay.
I was expecting a pre-calendar call meeting.
We were going to do that at 10:30, but you saw what we were doing. And so we're going to reconvene that at 1:30. You're welcome to Zoom in if you were here for that as well. Were you? No. Great. Okay, we'll get to that in just a second. So 1:30, we're going to try to make that happen. If you want to parachute in, or you can have Ms. Wood or Ms. Rios let you know what's going on. What's your case on the trial calendar?
I hate difficult questions, Your Honor.
No, I don't mean to put you on the spot. I just don't remember that you had any other cases in my, oh, you have Desmond Hardy. You do. It's the 4 defendant, Lemon, Hardy, et cetera. Okay. I wait to hear from the state on that as well. So if you can either be back here at 1:30 or plug in via Zoom, whatever works for you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry to keep you waiting around. All right. Let me move folks into the breakout room. All right, you'll need to unmute once you get to the breakout room. Hopefully he'll do that. They're gone. Mr. Howes, you can move that board when you're ready.
Yes, I apologize.
That's all right. All right. Sorry that we are delayed. I know we still have is Mr. Bixson talking to his client right now? Good. We'll pivot back to that. So we have a plea and arraignment calendar for this morning that I'm trying to get my hands on. Is Ms. Cabrera here? I haven't seen her yet. We'll come back to that. Position 2. Good morning, Ms. Dilligard. How you doing?
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good to see you. If you're handling position 2, Mr. Rosenblum filed a waiver. So, and his client was excused. So that gets us to Rashad Fagan. He is on the Zoom, but we need Ms. Cabrera. Ms. Nelson, do we have any info on whether she'll be joining us?
She was on the call. I'll check back and see where she went.
Okay. We will return to her when she gets here. Mr. Thomas is talking with his lawyer right now, so that gets us to Tyrone Patterson, although I think Ms. Rios, you did a waiver of arraignment for Tyrone Patterson?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you don't expect him to be here?
No, I'm here.
Oh, for Mr. Patterson? Okay, we'll do that in a minute. How about Shanika Francis?
Good morning, Your Honor. That's the motion for Ms. Francis. She is present. I will.
Where is she?
Today.
She's right there. Great.
Your Honor, we wait formal reading of arraignment for today's purposes, and we ask for today's follow.
So 2 things. We've got a waiver of arraignment form that I ask you to fill out, and that'll take care of that. And you actually will have more than 10 days to file motions. I will issue a scheduling order, And that's going to have a deadline for the state to get you discovery, and your motions deadline will be in that scheduling order as well. And it's going to be after the discovery deadline. So don't worry about 10 days from today. All you need to do is fill that out. And once you have, you should be good to go. But let me look up one thing. Ms. Francis, did you get something in the mail telling you needed to be in court today? Great. So it seems like we've got a good address for you. Okay. You live at Fitzgerald Place? Okay. And just want to make sure. Your bond order, you're supposed to have no contact with the co-defendants and with the alleged victim. You doing that? Okay, great. So once your lawyer fills out that form and gets it to a deputy, then you'll be free to go. Who from the state is handling this case?
That's my case.
Your case, excellent. So co-defendant is Ms. Harrigan. Is Ms. Harrigan here? Hi, Ms. Harrigan. We need to get you a lawyer. Is there a reason why it could not be Ms. Cabrera? Were you going to hire a lawyer, or do you need a lawyer appointed to represent you? Okay. Have you taken any steps to do that? Pardon me? Yes. Is there someone you've been talking to? Okay. How close are you to making that work out? A week or two? It's just you getting the money together? All right. So if we reset this out about 30 days, you think you'd have sorted that out? And you're pretty sure it will work out, or you're hopeful it'll work out? Who's the lawyer? Frank? Does... With Frank's parents? Oh, your parents have been dealing with Frank. Okay. You just know his first name is Frank. Okay. Have you met Frank? Not yet. Okay. So what we'll do is reset this. You should know that if you're not able to afford a lawyer, I'll get one appointed to represent you, and it'll be a good lawyer. It just won't be one that you selected. It'll be one who's in a position to represent you. Okay. But right now your plan is to hire a lawyer. Frank someone. Okay. So when you come back here in about a month, if that hasn't worked out, then I'm going to appoint a lawyer. I don't want your case to fall behind the other people in this case. All right. Any questions? All right. Let me look up one thing. Did you get notice in the mail to be here? Well, you were aware. How were you aware? Something came in the mail?
Yes,
I've got the same address for you as Ms. Francis, but you guys can't live in the same place.
I've been with my dad since I got out of home.
Okay. So I'm going to need you to fill out a change of address form. Deputy Gordon's going to bring you one, and after you fill that out, then you can go. But that way we'll know something gets to you in the mail, because the mail coming from court is going to the address that Ms. Francis has said is her address. Okay? So we'll need whatever address is yours now. how about Arthur Burke?
Good morning, Judge.
Hi, Ms. Wood. Any word from Arthur Burke?
Yes, Judge. So if we could come back to this one, I had received a phone call from his family last week letting me know he was in custody in Cobb on a Cobb case, not Fulton outsourcing. But I just did a check and I don't see him there today. So I'm gonna try to get in contact with his family. See if he can talk to him.
And who is that your case, Ms. Dilligard? Great. We'll see what's going on with Mr. Burke. Skylar Cochran. Would that be yours, Ms. Rios?
Yes, sir. I have contact with him.
Okay. Bench warrant, Ms. Dilligard?
Yes,
Judge. Michaela Kemp.
Judge, she's mine and she should be on the Zoom.
Let's see. Yes, she is. Can you start your video, please, Ms. Kemp?
Can you see me?
Well, I will in just a minute. There you are. Good morning, Ms. Kemp. Ms. Wood, this is arraignment day for Ms. Kemp. What are we doing for her?
We are entering a plea of not guilty, Judge, and I just filed the waiver.
All right. So Ms. Kemp, Ms. Wood has filled out a piece of paper that indicates that right now your plea is not guilty. That will trigger the state's requirement to get discovery, so police reports or whatever they've got in your case, to Ms. Wood, so you and Ms. Wood can talk about that, and then you and Ms. Wood will figure out what's going to happen next in your case. Do you have any questions about that?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you get notice in the mail that you had court today?
I did.
I have an address on Dennis Drive in Forest Park. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know that you have a bond in your case because your charges were dismissed a while ago, and yet then they were indicted. So we'll figure that out at another time. But as long as you keep Ms. Wood current with your phone number and address and whatnot, we will keep your case moving forward. Ms. Wood, anything else on behalf of Ms. Kemp?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Dilligard, whose case is this? That's my case. Also yours. All right. Ms. Kemp, you are free to go. Thank you for being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
You bet. Michael Bowden.
Yes, Your Honor. That would be with us.
Okay. And you're Mr. Bowden? All right. The waiver form? Okay.
We'll take the attorney to the deputy.
Okay. Mr. Bowden is looking at your bond. You're supposed to stay away from a Ms. Dorset and 30 North Avenue. But that bond is from a long time ago. Are those still practical bond conditions for you? Yes? Okay. All right. Well, your lawyer has filled out the waiver of indictment. Mr. Shipp has done that. Waiver of arraignment. So he'll be getting discovery soon from the state. And then he'll be wanting to meet with you to talk about what's in the state's file. And then I'll hear from Mr. Shipp about what we're doing next. Anything else, Mr. Shipp, on behalf of Mr. Bowden?
No, sir.
Is it Bowden or Bowden? Bowden. Okay. Ms. Dilligard, your case?
Yes, Judge.
All right. So there's your prosecutor. And we will see you all with whatever's next.
Thank you, Your Honor. This concludes my business. May it be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just very briefly.
Yes, Mr. Bixon.
Mr. Jackson, I just want to note that we are only going to be heard as to disposition today. I think the state already released their officer, and whenever the court will release one.
Okay, we'll do that. I'm gonna get through this calendar and I think we should be able to do that. Our final position, Justin Dudley. Mr. Dudley is here.
Yeah, I'm here. Mr. Dudley, I filed a notice, I e-filed a notice of appearance yesterday. I filled out a waiver of arraignment and injury process and injury appearance, but I already filed.
Well, you'll be doubly entered.
That's right.
All right. I'm just looking for the bond.
He was taken into custody at the time of arrest that we made bond.
Yeah, no, we're standing right there. No, I see him. I just like to review it. Sometimes we learn, hey, this person has an ankle monitor and it's been a year and maybe it's time for the ankle monitor to come off. Here is Mr. Dudley's bond. Nothing profound there. Okay. Mr. Dudley, Mr. Seaman has filed his entry, your waiver of arraignment. He will get discovery soon from the prosecutor and we'll get you back in here. Just looking at what these charges are, it doesn't seem like it should be a particularly complicated case, but one never knows. Anything else on your behalf, sir?
Who's the prosecutor in?
Ms. Dilligard. There you go. Okay. So you all will talk and we'll either see you on final plea or sometime before then. Thank you.
May we be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
And who do I give the waiver of arraignment?
You give it to Deputy Gordon on your way out.
Me and the state have agreed to an off-calendar matter. It shouldn't take long. Like, my client came from Florida on a bus.
Yes, I think I saw, this is Futch.
Yes.
Yes, we'll do that, but I got to take care of Thomas first because we got GDC keeping eyes on Mr. Thomas. So we have several Thomases here. Ms. Thomas, the lawyer, did you have an opportunity to speak with Tyler Thomas, the client?
Yes, I did, Your Honor. We would like to go forward with the bond motion, if you're willing to hear that today. And we will be entering a plea of not guilty and waive formal arraignment.
Okay, so you'll waive arraignment on the two cases and you're handling both cases. Okay. And tell me the purpose of the bond hearing.
My understanding is he technically will not be released until August of this year. However, he has a belief that he's parole eligible, and if he's able to post a bond in this matter, he might be released. So I don't want this case being the reason why he hasn't, or he can't be released. As you know, he's been in custody for 11 years.
He had some pretty serious charges. Okay. Who is handling Mr. Thomas's two cases for the state? Thank you.
I believe it's going to be me.
That seems to be the standard answer today. Okay. Calendar says it's on for bond. Are you ready to handle the bond hearing for the case ending in 460?
Judge, I just wanted to reach out to my supervisor really fast and act. One of the co-defendants on one of these is co-defendants, so I just want to make sure that this is something that.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So Mr. Rao may be plugged into it as well. Okay. Why don't you do that? And then once you get that answer, we either need that person here pronto or you can handle it. Okay. Tell me, Ms. Rios, what we're doing with Ms. Futch's case.
Yes, I filed a motion to set aside her bench warrant. She has the correct address that her family's home, that the address goes to, the mail goes to, is having renovations and a lot of stuff going on. She also travels a lot for work. I provided her work contract, the company that she works for, that she does a lot of traveling for. As soon as she found out about the court date, she tried to get in touch with the prior attorney. It took him a long time to get back to her, but she finally got in touch with me, and she immediately came on the bus as soon as I told her when she could come here.
Prior attorney, meaning a colleague of yours?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you've talked to Ms. Dilligard about this?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Dilligard, what was your thought about dealing with the bench warrant?
I don't have any objection to setting aside the bench warrant. I just wanted to make sure that she did have a good address here in Georgia.
Which one is Ms. Futch? Hi, Ms. Futch.
Hi.
Tell me what you do for a living.
I'm in sales. I do real estate, investing sales, and solar.
What was the last part?
Solar.
Solar. Okay. I'm trying to look up your address, but the system got stuck. Okay, I'm looking now at what you sent Ms. Rios. So one of the letters that Ms. Rios provided has an address in St. Augustine. That's where you stay now? You live with your parents. And is that the house that was under renovation? Is it still under renovation? Who else lives there besides your parents and you?
My aunt. Her name is Lily.
You used to live at Bighorn Pass?
I was there when I was arrested.
Oh, okay. You were associated with that address. Got it. Okay. So yeah, we'll need to update the address. Have you already waived arraignment, or that's part of what we would do?
I'm sure I sit in a waiver. Let me double check.
I don't think, it's not in the system. Let's just do another one. So if you'll do a change of address form and a waiver of, oh no, it's there. I'm sorry. It's the top entry. So that's good. It's a change of address form, I guess I'll need you to do. You seem to have several jobs, which is two, okay? Which is the one that takes more of your time?
Real estate investing.
Is that the STAZA or the?
No, Staza is the solar flip system would be the real estate investing.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right. Ms. Dilligard, anything else you want to hear about or need? We've got the waiver of arraignment in. We'll get the change of address. And let me see what the bond order says. Stay away from Bighorn Pass. That's not hard to do. Okay. And there are no co-defendants in this case?
They're in the feds. The feds picked up the co-defendants.
Interesting. Okay. Well, there you go. So once we've got your address on the piece of paper, if Ms. Rios says you're free to go, you're free to go. You're welcome. So, Ms. Dilligard, what are you hearing about Mr. Thomas?
Judge, I believe attorney is in trial, so I'm not expecting to hear back right away. So I'm working with the briefs.
Okay. Thank you. So many forms. All right, let's do the bond hearing. We'll get Mr. Thomas back on the screen. There he is. Ms. Thomas, when you are ready, this is 24 SC 004460. Your client, Mr. Thomas, Tyler Thomas, is charged along with many others with aggravated battery, aggravated assault, and riot in a penal institution. There was a bond hearing, it says, back in November, and I took it under advisement. So maybe we're talking about it again, but I'm happy to hear from you. I'm not remembering that specifically, but here we are.
Yeah, so to refresh the court's recollection, the November bond hearing, the reason we put a pause on it was that we found out that he was going to be in custody. And I was also on maternity leave. So because of that, Your Honor said that we would reschedule it when I returned back on leave, and then we had more information about his sentence and when he would actually be released.
Okay.
Your Honor, as you know, Taylor Thomas is currently in state custody. He has been in custody since May 12, 2017. He is a 36-year-old male. He has graduated high school and has a high school diploma from Carrollton High School. He is a member of the Piney Grove Baptist Church, and his hope is once he's released to be back and join membership at the church. He does have 2 children under the age of 18. I believe they are 11 and I think 10 or 8. He does not have any relationships with the co-defendants.
The co-defendants, he had a co-defendant in his murder case. You're referring to the co-defendants in this.
Yes, Your Honor.
Case.
This case stems from basically a riot that happened in the jailhouse. It's numerous defendants were named in that incident. My client, without delving into the facts of that case, my client maintains he's innocent. It was an issue of, or a matter of self-defense. That's what caused or that gave rise to these charges. Your Honor, I've been in contact with his father. He's been in close communication with me. The plan is if he's able to post his bond, he would return to his father's home. His father does reside in Carrollton County, and I have the address that he would be staying with. It would be 75 Gladney Drive, and Gladney is Gladney Drive, Carrollton, Georgia, 30116. His father is in full support of Mr. Thomas and has been appearing to court appearances. I'm not sure if Mr. Thomas is present, and he is, Your Honor.
We've met before.
So he's been a really big advocate for Mr. Thomas. And again, since you know him, I'm sure you're aware that he shows up anytime there's a hearing. So he will be returning to his residence and has agreed to take in Mr. Thomas. Again, he will not be in Fulton County, so you don't have to worry about witness intimidation or his likely to reoffend. And I will mention that the murder trial was his first time being involved criminally, is my understanding. And then the 2 other cases he picked up while he was in custody. And those charges stem from incidents that occurred in 2024. And I'd just like to remind the court that since he's been in custody in 2017, he has not had any behavioral incidents until he came to Fulton County. So I think that speaks to the kind of person he is. He's not a violent person. He's not a threat to the community. He's not a threat to his co-defendants. He has a very low likely to reoffend. He seems hopeful that he's able to get out and get on the right track. As far as employment, he wants to work, obviously. He's talked about getting a job at a warehouse. His father owns some properties in Carrollton County, so he might even work for his father if he's unable to get a warehouse position. Your Honor, based on these factors, that IALNA factors, I just don't believe that he is a threat to the community. He's a flight risk. He has ties to the community. For that reason, we're asking that a reasonable bond be set in this matter. His father, is my understanding, is not working. He actually just had heart surgery. So Mr. Thomas would be a primary caretaker for him. Because of that, there's not a lot of funds to help with the bond. So we would just ask a reasonable bond of $5,000 be set to allow his father to be able to post it and potentially let Mr. Thomas out. And of course, any other provisions you require, 24-hour curfew, ankle monitor, stay away from the co-defendants. Again, just to reiterate that the purpose of the bond is to just make sure that he appears in court. And if as you can see, his father is always appearing in court, regardless that he lives in Carrollton. So I don't think the court should be concerned or even hesitant that he will not. His father is able to make it, and I believe he will hold his son to that standard as well. No further comments, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Dilligard, your thoughts about bond, and I know you're coming in a little fresh to the case. I've heard a little bit about it because of a bond hearing for a co-defendant in the case. But it was very much focused on that defendant and nothing about Mr. Thomas.
Yes, Judge. The state is inclined to ask the court not to set a bond. We're opposed to a bond based off the fact that the defendant was incarcerated in Fulton County Jail based off very serious charges, and while incarcerated, picked up 2 new offenses a week apart, I believe. 13 days, so about 2 weeks apart. Both very serious offenses where victims were injured pretty badly in the jail, and so we have a concern of risk of committing future felonies if given a bond on those matters. However, if the court is inclined to set a bond, we would be asking for a high bond with an ankle monitor and 24-hour curfew.
The case we're talking about involves a bunch of defendants. I'm curious if you've been able to develop during your brief time with the case a sense of Mr. Thomas's connection to it. His other case, he's the only defendant named, and so that's one that in some ways ought to be more concerning because it's 1 versus 1, at least as it's alleged. Here, the case that we're talking about setting bond, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 defendants and 1 victim. And so I think it is pertinent to understand the state's perspective of all 7 were equally involved in striking the victim with an extension cord, or if some people held him down or someone, I say, merely held a door open. It's all party to a crime, and I appreciate that, but there are different degrees of participation. And I don't know that you've been able to sift through that yet.
Judge, I haven't very deeply. However, the notes in my file indicate that there's video footage showing all of the inmates going in and out of the cell where the victim was. And so I don't know if we know exactly what happened inside of the cell, but I do know that there's what appears to be video footage of all the inmates entering in and out.
And Your Honor, if I may have closing remarks.
You will. I'll come back to you. Okay. All right. Anything else, Ms. Dilligard? Okay. All right. Ms. Thomas, anything you want to add?
Yeah, sure. I'd just like to proffer to the court that I did defend Mr. Thomas at the preliminary hearing.
In this case?
Yes.
Okay.
And the fact is, the magistrate court or magistrate judge did not find probable cause, and I believe the DA's office just indicted the case. But I think that speaks to the type of evidence that was presented, and just the recollection of what the evidence was. There was video footage, but there was no video footage inside the cell. And it was just a whole bunch of members standing around. And because everybody was around, everyone got charged. The victim was not able to identify Mr. Thomas as the assailant. No other evidence existed to tie him to the actual incident. No weapon was found on him, no other occurrence.
It looks like Judge Brooks bounded over on misdemeanor battery only and said not probable cause for aggravated assault. Okay. All right. Well, I'll set a bond. I mean, some of it seems to me like an academic exercise. I don't know how parole works. But if they would otherwise be considering Mr. Thomas for parole, but for no bond in this case, based on my understanding of the facts and circumstances of this case, I think it does support a bond with conditions that would keep Mr. Thomas out of this type of trouble. This was jail trouble anyway. And it won't be a condition of bond that he be at Rice Street. Looking at the indictment, I will set a bond of $30,000, 10 for each of the 3 counts. It'll be through the sheriff's 10% program, so that if the family is able to put that money up, they'll get it back minus some administrative fees when the case is resolved. Mr. Thomas will need to reside at his father's home at Gladney Drive. What were the digits of Gladney Drive?
75.
Just 2 digits? Okay, exclusive street. All right, 75 Gladney Drive in Carrollton. Mr. Thomas initially will be wearing an ankle monitor, county funded. That will be reviewed after 6 months if he hasn't resolved his case by then. It will be a condition of his bond that he stay out of Fulton County other than for court. That will be the only reason to go into Fulton County. And he will start with a curfew of 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. unless he can document with pretrial supervision that he has a job that requires him to be out of the Gladney Drive address during that curfew period. Otherwise, it's basically daylight hours that he can be in circulation. No contact with any of the co-defendants, no contact with the victim. Any other conditions, Ms. Dilligard, you'd like to see on this bond for someone who is in state custody? All right. Ms. Thomas, anything else about bond for Mr. Thomas in the case of 24 SC 004460?
No, Your Honor, nothing further.
All right. Mr. Thomas, you have any questions?
No, sir. I was a victim. I got attacked. I was offending myself in Fulton County. I tried to get the officers to help me. I told them to complain about it. I fought for my life and defended myself. If I would have not fought for myself, it's a high chance I would have not made it out of Fulton County Jail. I told multiple officers, investigators to help me. I had been threatened. If you was to look at this camera footage, I hit the door to get the officers to help me out the dorm. There was no officers on the floor. I've been gone 9.5 years. I haven't had not one DR. I don't bother nobody. I don't mess with nobody. I was being attacked.
Okay. Well, Ms. Thomas conveyed that to me, and I've set a bond. So when you are out or before then, since this case can move along now, Ms. Thomas will be able to talk with the prosecutor about what ought to happen to your part in this case. But I hear you loud and clear, and I suspect someone's going to have me watch the video as well, and we'll figure out what we're going to do. You'll be involved with all of that. Even if you are still in GDC custody, if something's going to happen with your case, we'll either get you brought back here or have you appear virtually like this so you know what's happening, okay? All right, thank you. You're free to go. And thank you, Ms. Willis, for lining up folks from Jackson, getting Mr. Thomas on the call.
No problem, Your Honor. Have a great one.
You too. All right. It's noon. So tell me what we can do really quickly. Ms. Thomas, you're good to go. Thank you so much you did a lot of work today. Congrats on the new familial situation that you have.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hiles.
Mr. Jackson, I think it'd be quick. It's just a stipulation.
So you're never quick? Is Mr. Bixon quick?
Judge Speedy Gonzalez.
All right. Why don't we knock that out, since that was actually what we're supposed to start with. And then we will reconvene at 1:30 for the trial conversation. And then we've got the 2 o'clock final plea. I have to be on a accountability court meeting now, but we'll do the Jackson thing first.
After too.
Uh-oh, was that a bond hearing? Yes. Yeah. If he's in custody, if there are folks, if the people who are stuck here, I want to let them go, but I think Ms. Brown, we did handle, I didn't say your full name, Brown Melchior, you're good to go, right? Okay, all right, thanks. All right.
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Fagan, we're trying to track down your lawyer. What I'm gonna do is.
I'm sorry, Judge.
Yes.
Miss, Euphemia entered a waiver on that case.
For Mr. Fagan?
Yes.
Fantastic. Mr. Fagan, you've got a lawyer and she waived arraignment for you. So she's going to get discovery soon and then she will figure out how to meet with you. Okay.
All right, that's fine. But can you please make sure that my address is right, but I didn't get any mail about court today. So
well, let me look it up. Let me look it up. We'll figure out what the deal is.
My probation officer had to tell me that I had court. I didn't get nothing in the mail saying that I had court.
Okay, well, it's complicated for you if you're on probation. So we've got 170 Kipling Way in Riverdale.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, Ms. Cabrera will be trying to keep you posted as well. But that's the address in the system. So stuff it's no apartment number or anything?
No, it's a house.
Okay, well, 170 Kipling Way. Hopefully something gets to you next time, but your probation officer will also be reaching out to you. Does he have a probation officer?
Yeah, that's who told me.
Oh, what do you have?
We have 484 North Highland Avenue.
Oh, did you used to be at North Highland?
Yeah, I stay, but my mailing address is 170. I don't get none at my uncle's house.
The thing on North Highland, that's not a place to send mail?
Yes, it is, but that's not the address I gave them to send mail to, though. The address I gave them to send mail to is 170 Kipling Way.
Well, what we'd like to do, if that's Mr. Jackson, he can come on out. Yeah. Why don't we have that North Highland address in the system? Because that's what probation has.
I don't know. I just thought since he was there, because I don't know. I really don't know. I ain't gonna lie.
Where is the best place to send you?
To my mama's house, cause I be moving around so much, and my uncle really ain't gonna just pay attention to the mail or whatever, and I'm not either, so that's why I get it sent to my mama's house.
Okay, so Kipling Way is your mom's house.
Yeah.
All right, well, we got it in the system, and we'll keep sending stuff there. Ms. Cabrera will be in touch with you soon. Hey, let me ask this. Does your phone number end in 4728?
That's my mama number.
Okay, but at least Ms. Cabrera, she could reach your mom that way. And is your mom able to track you down?
Who is Ms. Cabrera? That my attorney?
Yeah, that's your lawyer. She just can't be here today.
Oh yeah, I got her number. She'll let me know.
Okay, good. Anything else, Mr. Fagan?
Nah, that's it.
All right, thanks for your patience. You're good to go.
All right. All right.
Bye-bye. All right. Let's close out this long morning with Mr. Jackson's situation. Ms. Rivers, you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Thanks for your patience. Let's do his revocation hearing. It's 18 SC 162-228 and 22 SC 185-166. Ms. Simpson, how much time remains in his two cases?
Judge, for the 18 SC case, he has 5 years, 7 months, 11 days. And for the 22 SC case, 5 years, 8 months.
All right, so we're more than 5.5 years on the two.
They're both under first offender.
They're both first offender.
Consolidated for purposes of trial and first offender sentence.
Got it. All right. And I have warrants that I signed Mr. Jackson, who's here in court with his lawyer, Mr. Bixon. And those warrants allege that in March of last year, you committed a new offense of possession of a firearm by a first offender and possession of tools for commission of a crime here in Fulton County. So and some marijuana in March of this year. So basically, the allegation is you were on probation in 2 cases as a first offender, and in March of last year, you got in trouble again, which of course is inconsistent with being on probation. Mr. Bixon, tell me the status of those charges, and more importantly, what Mr. Jackson wants to do today.
Your Honor, those charges are still unindicted. However, we are going to go ahead and admit to the violation today, Judge. It just has to be heard as far as disposition. I believe that we might actually have a resolution for the new case as well, just to sort of run in tandem with whatever happens here.
Okay.
But that's, I think, going to happen after this, because we'll figure that stuff out later.
Got it. Will you be representing Mr. Jackson on the unindicted case?
Yes, Judge.
Good. That just makes it simpler for him. All right. Mr. Hiles, what is your recommendation as to what to do given the admission that Mr. Jackson violated his probation by committing new felony offenses?
My recommendation is to revoke first offender status, resentence to a 10 to serve 3, balance on probation, same special conditions that were no contact with known gang members. Specifically, I think 27 Unos was listed on those, no participation in gang activity and no possession of weapons or replicas. I would just point out that the 2 cases were consolidated. The 22 SC case was something when it came time to wrap up his 18 SC case. They were all a series of different transactions for which he had active warrants. He waived his right to indictment, and we accused several different Range Rover thefts and gang activity charges on that indictment.
Okay.
He did have a firearm, semi-automatic firearm, for which he tried to disguise from the police in this case. I know it's not the crime of the century, but based off of what he did admit to, and then what he was doing then about 2 years afterwards, I think that the 10 years to serve 3 years is a fair, more than fair recommendation.
So his sentence in the 22 SC case was 10 years to serve 3 with the balance on probation. He got credit for some time he had served, but is basically resentencing him, but now as a felon to the same sentence.
Yes, in my recommendations also, I guess, that's to the underlying crime as well, once we indict it too.
Okay, so it's not adding additional time, it is basically converting a first offender to a conviction?
Would he not have served for 3 years?
Well, he'll get credit for whatever time he served already on this case. If he didn't serve a full 3 years, then pardons and paroles will do some math and say, what are we going to do with this? But the way I understand a resentencing is that the offender gets credit for time he already served for the first offender. Because that's how, let's make it up. If it were simply entering auto and I sentenced him to 5 years to serve as a first offender, and he was paroled and like had 1 month left, he couldn't serve another 5 years because he did 4 years and 11 months already, albeit as a first offender. And so if I resentenced him as a felon and said, I'm giving you 5 years to serve, there'd only be a month left of that 5 years to serve.
So the agreement I made with the defense is that if that's the resentence, it's the same recommendation for the underlying charge, the waive indictment, plead to that. And so it would be 10 to 3 effectively to serve on those new charges.
Got it. So the new accusation or indictment would be 10 serve 3, and there's not a proper basis to say you get credit for time you served in 2020 for these other cases, because the new crime hadn't even occurred then.
Yes.
Okay. I just want you to understand that if I pronounce a sentence of 10 to serve 3 as his non-first offender sentence in this 22 SC case, whatever, he'll get credit for time he served on that. But it sounds like you understand that, and you're pointing out to me, yeah, but he won't for the new charges.
And whatever you decide, that's what we're going to ask, if you could withhold entering that sentence until we get the waiver
and everything entered into.
That way it would ensure all the same people. I'm happy to handle the accusation will get randomly assigned to someone else, but they'll green sheet it over here.
Just have 10 seconds to check with the C about something, Judge?
Yeah.
That's what I was explaining to you. No. So what we're really doing today is our case disposition. Sure.
I think I understand the state's perspective. Anything you want to add?
No.
Mr. Bixon, your thoughts?
Just argument for the case, Judge.
Okay.
Are you ready for that now?
I am.
Oh, wonderful. Your Honor, this is Mr. Quintavious Jackson. He's 25 years old. You know, he did do time in custody originally on this case, and he used that time to better himself. He did get his GED, he did complete a number of programs while he was in custody. He's born and raised in Georgia. His family's actually here in support of him today. They'll stand up, please.
They've been here a long time. Thank you all. You've been patient.
Judge, they have been wonderful. We have all been in constant communication throughout this case, trying to figure out the best result for Quintavious. Quintavious also, by the way, does live with his mom and sister. Mr. Jackson, while he's been out, has also still been trying to work on better himself. He did get a certificate to be able to sell cars as a dealer. He was working on opening his car dealership when all of this happened. This is the first violation for Mr. Jackson. He's been on probation for about 2.5 years. And, you know, obviously Mr. Jackson was trying to come forward and do the right thing, which is never easy. It's really not easy when you're 25 and you're looking at a substantial number of years in prison. But he is taking responsibility for what he's done, Judge. You know, obviously today we're not directly addressing the new case, but at a later point he will be, and you know, I think as we've explained to the court, he will be pleading guilty at that point to the new case. My main concern is Mr. Jackson's safety. Last time he was in custody, Judge, he got cut up pretty bad in prison. And my concern is that him going back into custody is going to be not a 1 or 2 or 3 year sentence, but it's going to be a death sentence. I don't know if he's going to make it out alive, Judge.
Mr. Jackson, received these kinds of injuries at Rice Street or in the department at GDC? Where were you at? Was this at Jackson, or did you ever make it to another facility, or your whole time was at Jackson?
I made it to Muskogee County.
To what county?
Muskogee County.
Muskogee. And were there issues there as well, or was just at Jackson?
It was some issues, but not.
Okay.
And Judge, just some of the facial scars are just some of the scars that he has on his body. It's unusual, I would say, and I understand that it's a long shot here, Judge, but in the interest of Mr. Jackson's safety, I would ask the court whether or not you are open to anything short of in custody time, even if that were an ankle monitor on his leg, and you know, strict at-home custody, however the court were to structure, Judge, and even do a suspended sentence so that if you were to violate, there is no, maybe I'll get out in a certain amount of time. It's nope, you're going to prison, that's it. And I know it's a long shot, Judge, but considering that the new charges also weren't violent, I think that it's something that we should explore, especially considering what might happen if he does go back into custody.
Okay, I appreciate that. And Mr. Jackson, I'm sorry you've had the experience you did in custody. It's never a cakewalk, but it sounds like for you it was particularly difficult. I don't know what it is about your background or what happens, but that's always regrettable when folks' safety can't be maintained there. Mr. Bixon, Ms. Simpson, said that this situation was the first and only time Mr. Jackson had had issues with probation since he had been on probation. Do your files show the same, that actually he'd been doing okay until that arrest in March of last year?
Yes, Judge, he does not have prior violations.
Okay. Was there something more you wanted to add?
Judge, I didn't know if we were addressing you, so.
Nope, no. I just wanted to confirm that. So, Mr. Jackson, I find that you did violate your probation through this new situation you had, this new felony allegations. I think the state's recommendation is a reasonable one. It's less confusing to me now that I know that there will be resolution to the new case to which the state will be recommending additional jail time. What I will do for now, and all this is sort of on hold till you resolve your new charges, is I am revoking your first offender, and I will resentence you as a felon, which is mostly going to cost you in terms of trying to get a job, et cetera, because now you have to check that box and people will run your history. In both the 18 SC case and the 22 SC case, the sentencing in both those cases is complicated because there's so many counts, but it will be structured the same way it was before. So it yields a sentence of 10 years to serve 3 with a balance on probation. The difference being now you're a convicted felon. I'm not going to sign those final dispositions or resentencings until we resolve these new charges you have. I think that's a point at which I'll know more about what the new charges are and the things that Mr. Bixson have shared with me about how unsafe GDC was for you. I can weigh those more appropriately because I will have heard more about what the new charges are and what all you were up to or weren't up to in March of 2024. And that'll help me better structure whatever sentence I impose on the new charges, because that's really what's going to drive the bus. The 10 serve 3 is just sort of repackaging the sentence you already had in the 2 cases where you got first offender. Does that make sense? And I'm not signing anything right away anyway. And so that means I could revisit it. Mr. Bixson may bring to my attention some additional things where, you know what, I'm going to tweak this or tweak that. But the same with the state. You know, if I learn when we next meet that in early February at the jail, you broke a bat over someone's head, and I'm going to have to rethink things as well. So there's an incentive for you to try to stay out of harm's way as best you can where you are. Are you at Rice Street?
Maybe at Coney sometime.
At what?
Coney.
Oh, okay. How does that compare to Rice Street?
It's a little better.
Okay. Well, maybe they'll keep that up. But that's my plan for now. Does that address your concerns, Mr. Hiles, that I get the 10 serve 3, I go along with that for resentencing, but I'm not going to sign those until you and Mr. Bixson sort out, is it an accusation? Does it get green sheeted here? And then we'll reconvene just one more time to deal with the plea and sentencing in that case.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bixson, works for you? Once that's ready, just reach out to Ms. Nelson. We don't wait on me to put it on a calendar. It's a CP case right now, or a PI case, so I won't. You'll just need to let me know when it's ready, and then we'll get it calendared. We'll get Mr. Jackson here, and his family won't have to wait so long for whatever it is we do on that day.
The state and I will talk about putting you down for a date for the plea.
We'll get it out quick. I just gotta get a waiver signed by him, and then I can get it the same day.
Okay. Sounds good.
You can sign with this information.
All right. So we are going to reconvene at 1:30 for the talk about the trial calendar. And then 2:00, we've got our final plea and that bond hearing that you're raring to do. Okay.
I like this leave, by the way.
Fantastic. Because we didn't have any this morning. We had, and it wasn't some of the defense attorneys waived, but like that one guy, it was just like simple possession. Why aren't we working that case out? But we will someday.
He didn't possess it. He probably didn't possess
Well, it's not your case either. And Mr. Rosenblum has it, so who knows? But
I was just saying, generally.
right, that's one reason. But then it's still work outable. I mean, if it's real clear, then maybe it's PTI or something, or who knows? All right. Sorry for the shifting around the schedule today, but we had a involved revocation hearing. I'll see you guys at 1:30.
You want more. More time for what matters. Skip the ordinary and take a detour to the extraordinary. There's so much to discover. So start your next adventure in America's all-time best-selling SUV. You know what it is. The 2025 Ford Explorer. It's all in the name.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. Do not stop taking a prescribed medication without first consulting with your doctor. Attention Depo-Provera users. If you or a loved one used Depo-Provera or Depo Sub-Q Provera 104 and were later diagnosed with a brain tumor, call right now. You may be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. Don't be a victim. Get the help you deserve. There are time deadlines to file a claim, so don't wait. Call right now. Call 800-577-4895.
Framing is hard, but FrameBridge is easy. Custom frames, premium materials, transparent pricing. Get started at framebridge.com or visit a store today.
Hey, certainly, in fact. Sure. You frame print that. Certainty matters. Need promo gear? 4imprint certainly got it. Apparel, drinkware, bags, and more. Go get it at 4imprint.com.
4imprint for certain.
At 16 years old, Cassietta Felton thought she'd finally found happiness after a life of struggle and abuse. Cassietta was back in school. She was amongst her peers. She was doing well. She was flourishing.
It was around this time that she began dating Brandon Steplight, who was also 16 years old.
Cassietta and Brandon had two different beginnings. Cassietta lived in low-income housing, come from an impoverished environment. Brandon, he grew up as a suburban kid. So they did have differences, but it didn't stop their connection from growing. Brandon was loving and supporting of Cassietta and her entire family.
It would be times to where we really wouldn't have no food, and Brandon would get up and go get food for the whole house to make sure we eat and everything.
But Brandon would soon show another side of himself when his own cash flow began to dwindle. July 3rd, 2009. Augusta police have just arrived on the scene of a late-night shooting where 30-year-old Miguel Hernandez Tatiana saw how terrified Brandon was, and she could see on his face his desire to move.